All right, good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Give me a second here. I'm just working on a couple things. See if I can get this right. Okay. So just checking to see if I'm just checking right now to see whether or not this Discord setup is going to work. So let's go ahead and just take a little test here. Give me a second. Okay, hopefully this is okay. Let's see. Looks like no dice on Discord. So anyway, what I'm trying to do is I've got my own Discord server. For those that have joined, they know we've been just kind of testing, experimenting with setting up the chat to go into Discord so that people can comment in Discord, see the whole chat, and actually watch it live there. So far, I have not having any luck. Two issues. One, it doesn't look like the audio is working. So I'm not 100% sure what that is. I know I can grab the link stream. Maybe that's going to be better on Discord. I'm not sure. If someone's on Discord, just let me know whether or not that's working. I was trying to get the actual, full-blown OBS background or the noise, all the sound from OBS into Discord so that we can actually hear, if there's music in the background, the whole thing. So far, not sure if that's working. So that's number one. Number two, looks like everything should be good on Twitch and YouTube. We're going to continue this, trend of just doing the YouTube and Twitch every day until we kind of figure out what the right move is and whether this is, the right way to do it. But so far, so good. So it's been a bit of time since I've done this because with Thursday we were doing the streaming, and then Friday I took the day off. I had to travel, and then I didn't stream on the weekend. So it feels weirdly like this has been a little bit too long. So we're gonna get right into it. Let me bring this up and let me see if I can just confirm that this is working. This looks good. Cool. And then the other thing is this audio. I'm still struggling a little bit. Oh, there we go. Okay, I had a setting turned down on my microphone. I couldn't hear myself talk. It was kind of driving me nuts. I think I got it now. So I'm bringing a little bit of music. Okay. So just to recap where we're at and what we're working on, and then we're going to get right into it. I've also got a new trick today, which I'm very, very excited about. Very excited about. So those that know, I'm new to streaming, I'm figuring it out. We're getting close to a month into this now, so I think I'm starting to get the hang of certain things. Still, some stuff is completely foreign and different to me, and it's definitely a challenge. Right now, the lighting is one of them. I'm just using the lighting from my actual monitor, and because I've got this beefy FX3 from my videography world, it seems like it handles the noise pretty well. I mean, it will flip over to super high ISO on the stream. It might be okay. It's just nice to kind of work with a little bit of darkness instead of a bright light shining. So we're gonna see how this works. And then the big one is that those that have watched the stream always they always comment how funny it is. I forget to switch the sources. So I'm kind of experimenting with different sources and how this all works, and I've been working on some stuff. So I'm going to try this out. So what I've got now, which is pretty cool, is that I've got a thing called Advanced Scene Switcher in OBS. So what it basically does is whatever I'm working on, and there's some different rules set up. So if I'm in Blender, I usually have Blender nice and full screen, so I have the full canvas. Typical setup is what you're kind of seeing right now, which is, I'll keep a nice high res or a nice preview of what I'm working on up in the top left corner, and then I can always switch this to full screen if we need to. But I keep that up here usually like that, so you can kind of know the final result of whatever we're doing. And then this is my canvas, so usually we're going to bring this down here. So usually we'll get a full, fairly full view of what I'm working on inside of Blender with my node up at the top right. I don't know if you'll be able to see that on the stream. We can always bring this full if we need to, although it doesn't exactly, I don't think we can really do much with the font. This is something we can figure out. But basically, this is my checklist. It's basically a change log. But what it lets me do, get a little slow here. what it just lets me do is keep myself a little bit organized in terms of what I'm working on in every stream, and I kind of, create a new version and I write it down, and you'll see my process. And if that's something that's interesting to people who are into Blender and 3D modeling, I can share that. It's just the best way I've found of keeping things organized, other than using Git, which I haven't crossed that line yet with the work I do. Okay. And then the big thing is that I use PureRef, which is a program that a lot of artists use to kind of use as reference, and it's a great way to kind of keep a canvas of all your reference images and what you're working on. And I really like it, and I've been using it extensively, and you see everything go pink. Yeah, there we go. So everything goes pink because I'm using a magenta background to do this basically. Oh, let me see, we're missing, that's too bad. We're missing one thing. Oh, that sucks. Okay. I don't know where that would have went. Let me just fix this real quick. Media source. No. Missing my nice background image. Reverse Studio 2 should do it. And very odd. It's like the beautiful thing about OBS. When I say beautiful, I'm being sarcastic. It's just the amount of times that things just disappear on you is unbelievable. Yeah, where did everything go? Oh my god, okay, here we go. Man, it's crazy. Okay, so this is the new PureRef view. So I just made my camera a little bit bigger because I often will like talk to the camera here, talk about what we're working on, walk through like some of the steps, and I think this is like a little bit better view for people to see everything. And then you've got the background, so I can kind of zoom in here and tell you, okay, we're working on this today, or working on this today, and kind of tell you the full story of of what I'm working on a particular stream. And then I think this is going to work. So if I flip now to Blender full screen, there we go. OBS picks it up, and it brings, what's cool is it brings down whatever I had on screen in the bottom corner. So if I say, hey, it's going to be a little bit of a trick for me to kind of like practice getting this right. But like for instance today, we're really working on this, and I just have to figure out the exact spot to put it. But basically, if I flip over to Blender, yeah, there it is. So I just have to remember, okay, it's probably basically full screen. So if I go like this, and I want to, maybe zoom in, although it's not giving me much latitude on my zoom. It's like this or this. And then I flip back to Blender. There you go. You can see now on my screen what it is that I'm working on. And then I think I'll have alerts and stuff pop up there. But we're working on it. We're getting better. We're figuring out a plan. People join the stream as we go. We take a sidetrack and we'll talk about whatever I'm working on, or answer questions. But mostly these streams are about me working on my 3D art. It's kind of an accountability stream to make sure that I'm on the right track, that I'm working on something meaningful every day, putting in that work, continuing to get better, continuing to learn, and continuing to create things that I'm excited about. So we don't have all the answers on this stream. This is not a expert, follow every step I take type situation. If I feel pretty confident in my technique and what I'm doing, I'll say it. If not, I'm usually experimenting. I'm asking questions. Maybe I'm Googling. I'm using ChatGPT. I'm watching videos. I'm figuring things out as we go. Mornings usually are a little bit more in the realm of something fairly familiar to me. And then evenings, I do a second stream. It's more experimental, Unreal Engine, more interactive stuff. So if you're a Blender person, you want to learn modeling or lighting, or maybe some basic animation rigging in Blender, morning stream is where it's at. And then if you're really into kind of big 3D worlds, interactivity, video game development, UE5 stuff, that's happening more in the afternoon. Okay, so let's get right into it. Today what we're doing, this is the project that we were working on in the morning for the last couple weeks. And this is a interactive, kind of interactive, I guess. It's not a fully animated, but it's got two scenes. Meme card. And the way this typically works is that I'm working as a 3D artist, recreating the most iconic landscapes on Earth as 3D art. Currently, I'm working on this place called Cathedral Rock in Sedona, Arizona. I gather a bunch of reference data. I get remote sensing data like LiDAR, and radar and satellite images from space, and then I pull it together into a landscape. Kind of ends up looking like a bit like this, like a little grid. You see it there. And then over here, I turn it into usually a piece of 3D art as a landscape photo. So this is a 3D render that I created, and it's kind of a representation of this photo right there. So then after that, we have some fun because now we have a 3D world that we can live in and work in and create. So I usually will create some type of, kind of cool derivative art from that location. Right now, this is what I'm working on. It's a meme card. It's a tribute to kind of the culture and the lore of Web3. I've done one of these before. It was called Open Roads, Open Metaverse. It looked kind of like this. Left side is the kind of Oregon tourism poster. And we actually added some text to this after. It's based on the exact same location that I created another landscape photo called the setup. And then there's the kind of the night mode here, which is the meme bus. Became pretty iconic in Web3. It's got all the different art and some of the PFPs from the 6529 collection. And we released it as a meme card in season 1. I think card number 21 of the 6529 meme collection. If you know in Web3, you know what that is. And then now this is the current one. So kind of work in progress, slowly working our way up. I haven't done a day render for a while because we haven't changed it. But this is the current night render right here. That's a fully rendered version of what you were seeing on your screen there in the top left. Bunch of little issues we got to fix in this. Clean up lighting, so fix some clipping going on here, fix this fishing line. General stuff that we got to work on, but the main missing piece of this thing, the kind of the star of the show, is going to actually be right down here in the water. So if you kind of look at this scene and you see we've got this kind of cool, underwater weeds, and we got this fish here. I don't know how easy it'll be to see because we do have some depth of field going on, but there's a fish here on the scene. And what we want to do for this version is we want to light this up kind of similar, maybe a little bit more neon style. And then we're going to put a mask down here. It's called a Monument Game mask. It's basically what players who joined Sam Spratt's Monument Game got as a kind of a physical gift that they were able to attend the meetings. And I thought it was kind of a cool way to do it. I thought about doing a full skull. I may still do it. Sorry, I should mention what these are. So they look like this, right? This is the Monument Game. I've explained it on other streams before. But basically, this is a series of people who've collected Sam's work, getting together to run a game where different players were able to sort of view a really cool piece of art and actually comment and give their kind of description and how it made them feel. And then the people who they chose ended up joining this group. And it looks like a cult, probably is a cult. But if you look into Sam's work and the meaning and story behind it all, it all starts to make sense. So this is it here. This is an actual skull of Luci. This is the original prototype. Actually, this one right here. This one is the one that my good friend Ben Scar won. Well-deserved win. He dedicated himself really to this story and understanding it and participating. And he was one of the 3 winners of the Monument Game, and he won this mask right here. So I thought about maybe actually 3D modeling this one as well. This is the kind of the mask that players got. So you can see it here, and you can see Sam painting it here. This is our primary reference we're going to use, and I think we're probably going to keep it like this, but we'll see. He's got different versions, right? This one here, and then this is just, a drawing. But this is the basic outline and mask, this one here. So we're going to work on this. There you go. That's probably a better view. I remember it's on the right side of my screen. Little things to learn as we go. Okay, so let's go back to Blender. Let's go open up. I love how that switches. That's the most important thing I think I did in this weekend with the stream is turn that on, because now it's just going to keep me from sitting and working for 20 minutes, which, trust me, I have done. For 20 minutes I've worked and not had anything on screen. So let's just bring this back full as much as we can so we can kind of all see what we're working on here. There we go. That's kind of cool. I really wish I could do like a bit more of a smooth zoom. Just trying to get that a little bit more centered so you guys can see it. Yeah, it's not bad. A bit over there. Like, kind of particular about this because it's just nice to come on a stream and know exactly what the result is, right? So generally I would have a pretty good image on the screen of what we're going to model or what we're working on, and then this is, you're going to see the result. Although I don't have any kind of lighting or anything set up, there's nothing going on here, so this is going to look kind of crappy. But we could just kind of fix this up right now, give ourselves something to at least look at. So 1080 by 1920. So we'll just change this to I'll go 1080 by 1350 because that's kind of the typical Instagram crop, and it kind of fits here pretty nicely. So there's this. And then, we could change this if we wanted to a different background, but as of right now, let's see what we've got. Let's bring this up. Is that what I want to do? There we go. Let's see, world editor. Yeah, we've got this going on here. No background. We can change this to transparent. See that, and then I could put something in. There's no material, so I don't actually know how well this is going to go. Oh boy, what did we do here? Let's turn off no previews for a second. Now I've got a double. Command T. There we go. Let's just grab an HDRI real quick. So we're just going to add some lighting to this. I'm looking for something kind of lightweight here that will do the trick. This might work. There we go. So now we just have at least some lighting, and you can kind of see just a nice side profile of the mask. So that'd be kind of a rendered version of what I'm working on here. Okay, so now in terms of modeling, this is really interesting. Modeling's not my expertise. There's no doubt about it. But I've done quite a few objects and things myself, completely personal from the beginning. A lot of things that you see in these scenes are modeled by myself. It's something I think is really important, and I'm trying to get better at. It's kind of part of doing this every day. You're just sort of learning. And I gotta say, when I started this out, I thought, okay, like, I can handle this. It's not that complicated. It's a pretty simple mask. And it really did humble me. And it humbled me for two reasons. One, this is a much more complicated shape than I would have ever really realized at the beginning. So Sam, just kind of typical, I think, of what Sam does in his work is that it appears to be simple on the surface, but it's very deep and complex. And even this mask, I felt like it was way more complex than I thought when I started modeling. And then number two, I realized that, I didn't have like a go-to technique for modeling. I knew how I was going to do this, I thought. And one of the cool, I guess, the gifts and the curse about a stream is that people join and they give you feedback and advice. And sometimes that advice is like kind of distracting. Sometimes it's very effective. I always learn something, but it sometimes hurts you in terms of productivity. And a really awesome person came online, showed him out. It's Cryogy, and he was like he or she was giving me advice on what to do and how to do it, and actually started modeling this themselves. And I really learned a ton about their technique. I learned, a lot about, where I was going to run into issues when I was modeling. So it was like a very, very, very worthwhile experience. What they were, what I was doing there and kind of what they were teaching me and the whole thing. What I found, though, I guess the bad side of it, I don't know why that loop cut is so bad up there. The negative of the situation was that it put me kind of in a weird spot where instead of just modeling it and getting it right and figuring it out and going back and adjusting it, I actually realized I did a totally different technique than I'm used to. And I looked this up after, and all weekend I was kind of looking at modeling techniques, and the technique that I'm the most familiar with, I think, is called subdivision modeling, which is you create like a very kind of a low poly version of the object, usually either from a base object like a cube or a sphere, and then as you put that together, you add subdivision to bring more detail out, add some curvature, just kind of make the whole thing come together. And it's apparently, it's a very common technique from what I'm seeing, and it's one that a lot of people recommend is kind of a go-to technique. And if you don't know, or you don't have a certain situation, you want to kind of just pick one, it's a good recommendation. I think what he was showing me was much different. He was basically building the geometry out from scratch, which is a little bit harder to do, but also can result in some really good final results. And I did learn a lot, but I ultimately realized that my kind of lack of full understanding of topology and the ability to kind of make decisions on the go, was continually put me in a corner by the end. And I spent a lot of time working on that, and I think that it was worthwhile, but also a little bit distracting to where I was trying to get to. So I went back on Friday when I wasn't streaming and just sort of re-experimented with this. And I feel like this is a much better approach for me, and one that I think I'm going to stick to for the time being. So let me just show you how this works and what I did. And maybe we'll find out together that I also, I'm going to put myself in a hole here, and this is not going to work, but I'm willing to take that risk, just to sort of get ourselves somewhere fairly quick. Let's switch over to some lo-fi hip-hop in the background. Okay, so let me just show you what this looks like. Just trying to bring everything up here, turn all the subdivisions off. Okay, so the way that I did this is I did this in 3 pieces, and basically what I did was I cut out the outline of the mask. That was the first part, so that was actually the same. And then what I ended up doing was I used the quad remesher, which a lot of people know about and a lot of people use. It's kind of a third-party version of remeshing within Blender, but for someone who doesn't have like wicked topology skills, it does something like this, which is really, really good. It creates quads in the entire mesh, and it does so in a way where it marks all the seams on the outside, and it's pretty clean. And this is what kind of Kuroji was having me do manually, and I think that what I would run into is I hit a corner, or I just wouldn't know exactly what to do. So this got me a lot further, a lot quicker. And you can see here, we've got a pretty good mesh, and from here, to me it looks pretty good. I know, maybe there's a couple issues, creases, seams. It looks all right. But here's what happens is when you apply the subdivision to this, it looks like this. And this is kind of very similar to what I was working on here, which is kind of this back layer, this totally flat back layer that has a little bit of a lip here, a little bit of a lip here, a little bit of a lip around, but it's mostly flat. We haven't curved this mask yet. We'll do that at the end. So this layer, and also with proper eye cutout, which is about the exact same shape as the one that's here, this is a nice baseline for the mask. And if we turn on our mirror, you can see we have this over here. And I haven't done this yet. I'm gonna sort of assume okay, it's interesting. I'm still trying to figure this out exactly, but let's just try it together right now, because this will be the last step, right? Is we have this mirror modifier on, so we just sort of experiment as we go. And what I'm trying to do right now is maybe the clipping, yeah. So what we're trying to do is we're just trying to merge the vertices. And I'm just wondering if this is just like as soon as I apply this. Yeah, okay. So as soon as we apply this, you can see that it merges these two together, and it's a nice clean mesh. So that's what we want to know, that's going to work properly when we're done. But we want to keep the mirror running now, because we only have to work on one side, right? And then it flips to the other. So that's sort of our setup, right? Mirror, mirror. Okay. So then let's bring in our next layer. So now this layer And I'll just gonna even hide this one. This layer is this second part, and I wrote this out on the mask, where I drew this out earlier. This one is this kind of inner layer. You can see it here. It's a bit got a smoothing around the outside. It's hard to see, but it's not like a hard cut. And then it actually converts into, it's kind of all part in my mind, because I don't see a way, another way to do it. It's kind of part of this whole cheekbone piece. It comes all the way down here. It goes across with this sort of little lip, and then it goes underneath this top part. So it's really a 3-part model is the way that I've thought about it. So background, second layer including this little ridge, and then third being this. That's how I'm approaching this. There's lots of ways to do it. So this is what it looks like, right? So this is just the general mesh, pretty clean. There's some little things over here that we got to clean up and kind of adjust, but for the most part, it is not bad. Actually, this is a little area that I was in on Friday. I was got to clean up and figure out, so that'll be kind of a part of our plan today, to clean up this area. And you can see that it causing a lot of weird issues here. And I just have to kind of figure out what exactly is causing all that. Well, we'll figure that out together. Can't help myself. Just to see what's going on here and why this is. What are these? I'm trying to remember in Blender what these represent. Are these actually representing like these edges? Are these are not? Are these creases? No. Are these just seams? Maybe not. I can never remember what the color schemes are, and maybe it's mark sharp. Yeah, it's mark sharp. Okay. Never remember those. But yeah, this needs to be fixed up. But like just basically this is the main topology, and then if we turn on our subdivision, this is what it looks like. It looks a lot better, and it smooths out all of these corners and all this process, and we can sort of adjust this and fix this up as we go, and figure out what's going on here. But we can basically adjust this to make it look and fit what we're doing, and we put it over top of this, and then we're gonna blend it in nicely and everything at the end. And then the last piece is this one, which is the top part, and we can just kind of look at this slightly. So this is this part here. Yeah, this is this sort of top part of the mask, and you can see if we turn on the mirror, it looks something like this. And you can see, from this view, same deal as before. You can turn on here, just make sure that, this is all going to fit. And actually, this is one little thing that I really want to do. So what I want to do is I want to grab all of these. Okay, so this is just a quick little cleanup, just to be 100% sure for this edge. We've grabbed them all, and we want to scale them all on the x-axis by 0. So they're going to be exactly the same, and then we can line them up, exactly on the line. Okay, let me flip it over here, and then if we, for example, on the mirror, this is where we know that if we apply this, they should all connect. And we'll just double check all these and make sure that they're all, because you can see kind of some weirdness here. Subdivision tends to fix a lot of that up, but let's see. Let's put the mirror back on. It's going to have to do with probably a lot of these not being maybe fully aligned, but we'll figure that out. We can clean that up after. The point of it is, we try to do very simple geometry. We don't go too crazy. We solve issues as we find them. But the ultimate goal is that we have a clean mesh, 3 layers, and then we start to add our subdivision in, and we get like a much nicer shape. And we'll eventually merge all this together, and it'll look like one cohesive piece. And then if I get this done today, which is just kind of the final steps of cleaning up this geometry, then I think what we'll end up doing is we'll bring it into sculpt mode, and we'll just add some character to it, let's call it. We'll just sort of start to add it, a little bit of deformation, so this is not exactly identical, so it's not looking like perfect, because these were hand done, I think, by Sam. So I want them to have a little bit of variety, I guess, to it. And then the big challenge, which I'm interested in, and I'm kind of curious how we're able to do it, is we're going to make a texture, that fits this. And I haven't decided if we're going to do an image texture, or we're going to just, maybe use samples of this, see what we can get. Or we're going to just create a procedural one. And then we really have to get some of these details on. And ultimately, like, the whole process that he's used, I'm going to do a little research into what I think he might have done, in terms of, like, whatever he's doing to fully bake these out. And I've been asking people for some reference photos. I haven't got any good ones yet, to actually know, okay, what did these look like at the end when these guys got together? That's kind of what I want to hit at the end of this. All right, so let's get into it. I'm trying to remember where I was when I left this off. The main thing is, I'm just going to open up my own reference. You'll see this kind of above my face. This is just for my own use, because I can't see what you guys see on PureRef. So I just sort of bring this up, take a peek. Okay, so I'll just go through each of these here at once, and I'll just kind of take a peek around and see what we're working with, because you're going to have to combine the bottom and the top, which is going to be really interesting. I haven't quite figure out how we're going to want to do that yet, but we're going to have to. And then this is like a good example. I wasn't sure this is what I was trying to do. Yeah, this is what I was trying to do earlier. So I'm just trying to put a loop cut. Okay, let's turn on that mirror. There we go. Okay, so we're just trying to figure out with it, when we do like a loop cut like that, is we're trying to just push it to the edge, because that subdivision surface modifier is what's causing the curvature. So when we bring in, like, you can see the difference, right? When you bring in, this is without it, kind of curves, and then you bring in this little loop cut, and you just bring it all the way over, and you get a bit more of that. And then all you got to make sure you do is what I was showing before, is if we apply this, do these come together? And they kind of do, but we would want to clean up. We would just do a stripe down here, and we would merge all these together. But we can kind of figure that out. As long as it's not going to be totally damaging, we should be able to do it. And you can always apply your subdivision too. Okay, so this top part, I'm just looking at it. I would say top looks okay in terms of smoothness. What are we on? Oh, we're on, okay. Probably go maybe 3. Yeah, so this looks okay in terms of the smoothness at the top. The eyes look all right, although I see, so this is something I can see a bit of. It's just, I think it's just the way that these curve. So this is where it gets a little tricky. Because we have the 3 layers on here now. We should have used, to be really honest, I probably should have used like a solidify modifier to do the height, because then it gives you full control over, the, what am I trying to say? It gives you full control over these points. So right now I have to be in X-ray mode, and I'd really have to kind of, these really should all be, they all should be lined up. There really shouldn't be much curvature here. And unfortunately, I don't think there's another way to do this. Y scale Y0. Scale X Y. Scale Y0. And this is part of the challenge when you're doing this, is that if you are, so what I'm doing is I'm just scaling them all by the X and the Y, and I'm setting them to 0, which just means that they'll all come to the same point. And the reason why, you know, this is, oh shoot, scale Y0. Because there is really no vertical, there's really no actual slope or anything here that I've set up. It's just, it should be all the same. Y0. And I don't know how much impact this would have, but I'll show you in a second why I did this. Right. See there how they're all kind of, now they're like pretty much all together. It's because there's really should be no, like there should be no movement up and down in these. Like they should each kind of be nice and even. Just like there should be no, when we flip to this view, there actually should be no variance in height. So if in X-ray mode, if I select this top, because there's three layers, right? So now if I scale 0 on the Z, they're all even. And I do the same thing here. Scale Z0, they're all even. And I can do the same thing here. I think I should just make sure this one. No, because see, there's a edge loop that I put here. So really, I would have to be really particular. So I'd have to go all the way to the bottom, which can be a little challenging, especially when you get around there. If you select the wrong ones, you're going to be really annoyed with yourself. And I see. Definitely there are misaligned, but I also see some issues with the one below. So I don't know. Yeah, I missed a bit there, right? You just have to be really careful with this. We'll just double check this after. And then this edge loop is the same. Yeah, so. See, that comes up, you gotta be really, I think that's part of, oof, so hard to know. It's like, this can get away from you really quickly. So I'm looking around to see whether I selected all the top edge. Somewhere in here, there's some stuff going on with this bottom edge. It's right there. Oh, it's this. It's this here. Okay, so this is fine, it looks like. So that should be that. But then the bottom one, now, this whole area here, hopefully I did that right. So we can double check this. Yeah, I think that's okay. So it's just, so, you know, you want to have all the sort of the heights of these the same, unless you're doing any kind of protrusion up, which we're not yet. You know, we're not trying to add smoothness to this. We're not doing anything like that. So this is really important to get this right now. Okay. So what I was trying to do is I was trying to kind of fix up a little bit of this. And like for that matter, we could argue that we should line all these ones up too, but it'd be kind of messy to try to do it. So I think it's honestly, it's just see what happens if we turn on a proportional edit. Kind of be careful here. It's because we have the other one underneath. We don't want to go too far from the other one so that they're nice and lined up. Maybe it's just that one there that's a little bit off. Okay, I think that's fine. Just a bit of a weird turn, honestly, here is the thing that's kind of bothering me. I don't know why. I think it's okay. Okay, this layer is really not bad. It's really this layer that's kind of the most complicated, because this is that it's got the smoothness on the eye. If we bring this layer back, we got to kind of think about this, right? Because this is going to smooth down to here. So really, these layers is where, you know, kind of this technique might get you in trouble. Is realistically at some point, and I maybe just do this sooner than later, we would want to merge this and this together, and we'd want to basically get rid of the seam. So we'd want to merge all these pieces together in the middle, which shouldn't be too bad, hopefully, to do. We're going to kind of see, just looking at it, hopefully it's not going to be too painful. Like, does it line up? Maybe that'll turn out to be harder than I think, but we'll see. Because what this has to do is this really has to come down, and then it's got to start to slope towards the middle. And I think that's probably the trickiest part right now of what I'm working on, is getting that part right. You know, it's this edge, right? Why don't we bring them all down here and then kind of see how this looks. Turn this off. Okay. Just realize that we have. Okay. So where I can get myself in so much trouble so quickly. So we've got a little loop here. I think that's going to really cause. Just turn off subdivision in the mirror. So there's some interesting things that I did. It just looks like at some points I probably had like an auto merge on. Yeah, like see how that comes up. There's actual lip here between the bottom and the top. There's okay, I see what's going on. So, oh man, this is like things can get so messy so quick. I'm sort of saving these as I go, and I wonder. Okay, so let me describe the issue, and then I'll sort of decide what to do. So basically there's a loop cut It looks like that got created on this one. So there's, best way to look at it is like this, and hide this one. Okay. So if you look at this thing, it was basically it was just like one extrude up, right? So from here to here, and then 2 loop cuts. So a loop cut at the top and the bottom, and these loop cuts are this thickness all the way around. You can kind of look at it, right? And then as we get into here, it looks good still. Then it does in this one, it separates out. And that part, I don't know where we did that, how I did that. This is sort of like a separate piece that came out here. Maybe that was intentional last week or not. But that kind of changes the layout all the way around. And then it comes over here, it's the same deal. There's this extra, so it was an extrusion, that's what it was. Okay, so that just extruded, that's fine then actually. So there is, maybe it's not as bad as I thought. Oh, it's this corner that I think got weird. Maybe that's all it was. Maybe it's just this corner got messed up. Much better now. Okay, so that corner's fine. This corner's fine. Everything around here is okay, although this probably needs to come out. Yeah, that's fine. Just sort of follow that along. This edge actually looks okay. This edge looks okay. There's something here, but I don't know if that's just to do with like it looks fine in that. I think it's just the way the subdivision hides the edges. So this actually looks okay. Then it gets weird here. So let's think about what's happening. I pulled out. Okay, so what happened is that I literally pulled out the bottom cut here versus here I extruded it. That's really what happened. Because otherwise this would flow like all the way around. So I'm not 100% sure whether I should reverse this or not. Just think about what would be involved. Because yeah, basically like these ones, you know, could come out. It's just that there's this extra edge, which I suppose it just needs to come out. Just bear with me. I'm gonna figure this out. Can we turn off the creases? It's like an optical illusion. It's like a legit optical illusion. almost just want to get rid of all those. Yeah, see, there's a weirdness. Really weird. Something happened here. Okay, so this is fine. What's this? Just there? Okay. Oof. Okay, this is like that. I still haven't figured out how. I still have not figured out how to like align a vertex along the same, like basically to the same. What am I trying to say? Hey, Crowgy. Yeah, I did it totally different. I was saying earlier in the stream. I just the way that you were showing me was really cool, and I did a lot of research on the weekend. But it's not how I wanna model this stuff. It's just not in my kind of current repertoire. So I just went back and did it the way that I instinctually wanted to do it, and it came out a little cleaner for me. But yeah, I'm gonna just finish this, get this done today. Trying to figure out what happened down here in this spot. Okay, so Oh, yeah. Thank you. I don't know what happened with that. I didn't like being at 4,000 ISO. Oh, no battery. Oh, interesting. Okay, I'm gonna have to go get a battery because it should be charging off the USB, but I guess it's not charging enough to hold it. So I'll flip over. Hey, Crowdgy, before I go check this out, this is my new thing. Watch this. Ready? I gotta switch that Pure Ref thing. Look at that. Look at this. Automatic. Automatic. We got Pure Ref. I go back to Blender. Boom. Automatic. So no longer will we have to worry about me doing this and then back to losing what I was working on. This is my big accomplishment this weekend. Okay, give me 2 minutes. I'm just going to go grab battery and I'll be right back. Okay, hopefully that's better. Yeah, Scene Master, man. It's like the good and the bad of live streaming. It's like I get obsessed with that part and learning that and figuring it all out. It's like you're trying to, it's like a live production, but you want to have, like you just want to have a setup that is not distracting. And this is really good. So I think that this will let me pretty much independently switch. The only thing I don't have figured out is the browser. I think I'm gonna come up with a plan. But basically, like if I want to open up a browser, I kind of want to have like the option whether sometimes just bring something up the background that I need to check like on the stream that I don't want to show, but sometimes I do. So I think I'm gonna do is do like maybe a Chrome Firefox thing. Like my Firefox will be what I'm showing on screen, and my Chrome will be my behind the scenes stuff that I have to like check and change. That's what I'm thinking. Something like that will give me the ability to do this auto, because I wanted to have it where, in this bottom corner where we have this. There's another one too. It auto switches, and I almost want to have it wait. Like I almost want to have it wait, give me like 3 seconds to change the scene, and then go back, which I know I actually can do. It's actually pretty straightforward. It's I was looking at it the other day, so I can just change the macro to wait. Just give it like a chill for a second. Yeah, so it's at least a half a second right now. So if I give myself 3 seconds, although it's sort of a tricky thing because you have to kind of get used to, I guess. So now if I give myself 3 seconds, it's going to take 3 seconds to switch to the 1, 2, 3. There it is. Yeah. Which I could probably turn off for. So I told you. What was streaming about streaming? Someone said that's like such a common. It's like a common thing. People get into Streaming about streaming. Advanced scene switcher. So actually, I think for going back to Blender, it would be really quick. So I could say 0.5 seconds for Blender, and we'll keep PureRef at 3. So the idea is, if say I want to change what you're seeing down here in the bottom, like in the bottom corner, I can switch over, I can zoom it, and if I get back to Blender in 3 seconds, it doesn't change. But if I stay full screen on PureRef, 1, 2, 3, boom, it switches. And then this will be right away. Boom. Look at that. Streaming genius right here. It's man, it's a whole world. I'm super happy to, like, I'm love. People can kind of figure this out from by now about me. Like, I love to like find something very technical or whatever, and like learn it from scratch. It's been you get your frustrating moments, but to be really honest, it's been kind of a blast to learn streaming stuff. Okay. I'm just cleaning this up because I realize I did something that might cause me some issues. So all I was trying to do when I started this is I'm just getting rid of this lip, and I'm gonna bring out the entire bottom section so that we keep the slope, and then we'll figure it out from there. This is the part that probably got me the most nervous when I was looking at this model anyway. Almost done. Thank God for quick favorites in Blender. If you're using Blender and you don't use quick favorites, I don't know what to tell you. Set them up. I think it's either default or maybe I did it. Use the Q key. It's always right by your hand usually, and you can put whatever you want. The only downside, honestly, the only negative about the Blender quick favorites is they don't let you reorder this. If they could let you reorder this, I think there's some plugins that'll do it, but like reordering this would be amazing. And I've even seen ones like a pie menu, which you can do and get really good at knowing which way to go. I find this one a little bit, I like just the simple menu, but the Q key is super clutch. Okay, so we did something here. Let's go see what's going on with this geometry. It should have been fine. Oh, there was an extra vertex in there. So we'll just center this first. Make sure this one is centered and then bring them together. Yeah, it should be okay. And then I don't know about this situation. I might just have to leave that for a second till I can wrap my head around. Is it here to here? And is this then redundant? We're gonna have to see at that edge. Okay, now I don't know if this is going to be worth it or not. We've got a bunch of little things going on here. we've got this whole lip. Should be the same height as the bottom if you look at this one. So I wonder how hard that would be to fix. Yeah, I see them. Yeah, I'll take a look at that after I'm done this Kuroji. I just want to make sure that everything I'm working with here is clean so I can bring the edges to connect. And then I'll do that. Hey Evans, how you doing, man? Good to see you back. Oh, I should check and see if the Discord thing is working. Doesn't look like it is. That's too bad. It's very, very weird. I can't seem to get this Discord bot to work, and I know it has to do with. I know it has to do with something to do with my. Like I have an alpha server that I test things on that I have like full control of, and then I have I have my main server which I don't have full control over because I have someone helping me. But unfortunately, whatever they've done, the bot integration is not. It's kind of annoying, to be honest. Just trying this one more time. Yeah, it's so frustrating. Well, it's not just the audio. It's the chat is not showing up. It's kind of driving me nuts. There's some type of security thing that this guy has set up, like we're, you know, FBI running Discord or something. I just keep adding it, and then it doesn't work. Yeah, and the audio thing, I honestly, to God, don't understand the audio situation because it's set up right now to this microphone, which means it should work, but it doesn't seem to. If I switch it to the virtual desktop audio, I don't know. Can you hear anything now? Are you in Evans? Are you in Discord or are you on here? Honest to God, I don't understand the whole. It's doing a virtual camera, but I thought the virtual camera would have audio. Maybe it doesn't. I don't know. Just tried both. Also, I feel like it's like a weird. Like Discord's got a weird push to talk and voice activity, and I wonder. Testing, no, nothing going on there. Testing. Okay, then maybe that's working now. Okay. How about now? Is this working? Okay, so it only seems to be this one microphone. Testing. Okay. You might have audio now, Evans. You might have audio, but you're not going to hear probably the music. So I can't quite figure that part out. Testing 1 2 testing. Testing. Yeah, I guess that's it. You might have basic audio, but you have to figure out Discord and the chat thing. Yeah, so you should hear something now, Evans. But this is not working. I don't think. Okay, sorry, I get distracted here. Just curious if that was working. Yeah, hopefully the audio. I don't know if the audio is going to work in Discord. I'll figure that out. I'm sure there's a solution. It's just odd. So I should be able to just take the straight audio feed from this stream, put it in direct. But I don't know. Because now the problem is, like in Discord, it's on my microphone. So if I go to a break, it's not going to respect that, which is what I really want, is the audio directly from OBS stream. Virtual camera with audio. Oh, OBS virtual camera doesn't provide sound. You need to install a virtual audio cable
to get your scenes from OBS.
Okay. Tell me you just put the link in. I feel like there's got to be a better. I feel like you should just be able to do this. I feel like you should need a. You've done it now, Evans. You got me down a rabbit hole, distracting me from doing this and trying to solve this audio issue now. Of course, whatever it did killed my sounds. No. Let's go here. Okay. I think the sound still looks good on the stream. Okay, so now if I go back to Discord, do I have a new mic option? Okay. Okay, how about now? Input device. I don't want any volume. Okay, we don't hear anything? Nothing. Testing. Testing 1, 2, 3. No. I don't know. Testing.
Studio to your video conferencing software, you can use the built-in OBS virtual camera.
Yeah, it's working.
The first one is a virtual speaker called cable input, and the second one is a virtual microphone called cable output. Let's jump back over to OBS Studio, and now is a good opportunity to understand the video package that OBS virtual camera only has video as part of its output. So output is the first type of signal out, and the second type is monitoring. And monitoring allows you to listen to the audio from your OBS setup while you're streaming. What you hear in your headphones through the monitor, we're going to be leveraging together with the two is to set up the virtual audio cable as your monitoring device. Click on settings in the bottom right hand corner, then go to audio and scroll down to the advanced options. Here,
okay, I feel like I'm going to break something. I feel like something is going to stop working, but whatever. Let's figure this out. Advanced monitoring. Cable input. Apply. Okay.
Under monitoring device, select the virtual audio cable as your monitoring device and click on OK. In OBS Studio, you can select which of your audio sources do you want to monitor, and in this case, which of those sources are going to be sent to the virtual audio cable and your video conferencing software. So step 3 is to select the right sources for monitoring. Click on the gear icon here and then pick Advanced Audio Properties. Here is a list of all the audio sources that I have in my OBS setup. On the top is an alert based on a web page, that's Buy Me a Coffee. The second one is my camera, and the third one is my microphone. Let's scroll over to the right side of the screen. Here you can see that for each audio source there are 3 options. Monitor off means that it only goes into the output feed, so to speak. The second one is monitor only.
Testing.
It doesn't go into
Testing.
the feed, which could be the recording or the
Testing.
stream. And then the last one is that it goes to
Evans,
both.
if you're here,
I recommend
tell me if the
picking
audio is
monitor
working now
and output, because
in
if you would like to
Discord.
record your stream as you're using
looks
it for
like it's
video
working.
conferencing, this will capture the audio as well.
Because the question
in this
now,
case,
if this
the only audio
works,
source that I want to include is my microphone.
you should hear music now too in a second. Although I don't know what happened to my music. Let's try that again. Okay, so hold on. Should hear music. So if this is working, you should hear like music in the background, and you should hear me. And then when I flip over to here, music should go up and I should be quiet. And then back to me with the music a little quieter. I don't know. I'm hoping that's gonna work. I can check it out after. I guess I could listen on. Hold on. I guess I could listen on Discord. No, I can't. Okay. I think I solved it. I think it was more complicated than I got. So I'm hoping it's gonna work now when I go to starting, because I can see the audio coming in if I go to starting. Okay, so I think the microphone should have shut off when I went into starting. So maybe I fixed it. Are we gonna hang out in Discord? So then, like, Evan, you see the stream chat, that's supposed to have a full copy of everything that's going on in the chat. So anything that you type in the stream chat channel should show up on the screen. So you can basically hang out in Discord if you want, just as easily as you could hang out in Twitch or on YouTube. And then the cool part about the Discord setup that we've got, if it works, is that if you wanted to talk, like if you actually wanted to come say hi on audio, you could invite yourself onto stage, and then I think I can bring in that audio into the stream. Although I have to say that I have to think about it, because how it would work, because I have to make sure your audio I have to figure out how the audio will work, because your audio will also come through on the stage. I have to figure it out. Mute audio. Well, for another day. Okay, back to this stupid thing I'm trying to solve. Okay, I think, yeah, I'm still. Oh yeah, it should say Eastern on them. This says on the other one. I don't know why it's not. I was talking. Yeah, I said, I think it's, there we go. It should say that it said the Eastern. Yeah, I think like a countdown might be better long term, or maybe something that shows all the time zones. I don't know yet, but yeah, it should have said Eastern. It's annoying. Okay. So I just have this little corner here that I have to figure out, this little puzzle. Although I'm sure this is probably all wrong too, but I just oh, okay, this is gonna help a little bit. So we don't have a lip, is the real issue. I guess we do. Okay, interesting. Interesting. So this lip is much higher than this one. This is the actual one, which I think is fine. We can slowly taper down. That's a little cleaner. This one's got an extra edge. Just have to think about this now. these two things to solve. I think fundamentally this is 100% the place where I fall apart, is when I'm getting into these situations like this, right? So you have this nice n-gon here, and it's like, how do I divide that up? So I could do so I could go here. Maybe that's the best I can do there. Doesn't look that bad from there. Okay, let's see if how that holds up, and I can try the retopology on it too. Okay, now let's figure out this one. So this one should be able to do this, and then we should be able to do this. And then now this is where it gets a little tricky. So it's really, this is the n-gon problem. So maybe we have to do this for now. Want this to at least match up a little bit, and then I can figure out this other part. So now this is where it gets really weird. So just probably need some I have a feeling that's not good. I don't know if I want to do this. Maybe. It looks fine from here with a bit of the crease, but it's going to look like terrible there. Maybe I don't go crazy on this. Let's just see what happens. Let's just see what happens when we mesh this. Okay. Not bad. Some weirdness over here. Other than that, it seemed like it was okay. Let's just try. Just curious. Still doing some weird stuff. Where's it got? 1700. Is that right? I don't know. I think for me right now that I'm gonna go with that. It may not be perfect, but it seems to be okay, and I can tighten it up after once I get this shape figured out. So let's take a look at what we got. So let's turn the mirror back on so we can clean those together. So we have to figure this part out now, and then we have this one. Okay. Okay, I'm on mute. So I'm just doing a quick audit of the shape. I'm not super crazy thinking about the topology yet because I'm thinking about the merging of these. So I feel good about this here. I would say the only issue I have is probably there's too much of a gap. Maybe on this one. So see how this works. Maybe I took that too far. If it's the mask, no. If it's something else that you're working on, then 100%. Cryogy. Yeah. Up to you. If it's mask related, no. If it's something personal that you're doing, then totally fine. Yeah, I'll go check it out. Oh, nice. Very cool. Okay, I'll switch over to my screen so you can see this. So what's this character for? This is super cool. See if we get a thing. Very nice. Is it for like are you gonna animate this? Is it like a game character? What's the story? This is super cool. You should upload a GLB, and I can just spin her around. Look at it. Awesome. Hey, let's see if my Blender thing works now. Look at that. Automation. Automation for the win. I'll be at this mask for another, 7 or 8 days, I'm sure. So what am I thinking right now? Thinking about how I would merge this into a single piece. Very cool. 3D translation of a Japanese woodblock print. Very neat. I love it. Hear my dog snoring behind me. Interesting. What the heck happened over here? It's always something. Oh no, oh, the image. Oh yeah, yeah. Sorry, I looked at this. Oh, right. Got it. Oh, cool. This is really cool. So you're recreating these characters from this woodblock print. Oh, super cool. Just converting it into 3D. Yeah, that's really neat. I love it. What's the final? Are you going to just turn this scene into 3D? It's like this whole, are you going to do this whole scene as like a 3D model? Or you got something else planned? That's super cool. It's a lot of work. It's a lot of work. Okay, it's 8:30. Oh my god, that's crazy. That's crazy. I'm just really curious. I'm just gonna do something as a fun experiment. Yeah. No, I mean, it's it's a lot of tedious work, but it's probably a lot of fun to do. So I don't know if you just saw that, Kuroji. It was interesting. I was curious. I just merged all three of these together and then just ran the remesh to see what it did. Other than the mirror is still, oh, interesting. No, because it grabs the, oh, interesting. I guess it grabbed the mirror. Yeah, that's interesting because it all merged together, and then when it does the remesh. So I would want to probably apply the mirror first, then maybe. I'm just thinking about is. This would be easy to line up. So close. So close in my mind. So this is fine, and then it should open up here. So really, these should be okay, and then it's good. And then I have to have a triangle. Here, at some point it splits, right? At some point it's going to split. So this part's fine. Weird. Should actually be fine until here. I don't really know why these can't be lined up. Even like this. Right. And then it goes into the corner. And I think these are just, honestly, I think these are all wasted. Get rid of this. Why can't? Is it just the... Is there just like an extra line around here? Right, because this is fine. Right, and then this guy's fine. This guy's fine. This guy's fine. And then it's just, no, this one's okay. I would learn it. I gotta work on something this afternoon that 100% I'm gonna use geometry nodes for. Okay, this is starting to feel better. This is starting to feel better. Okay. So this, though. Okay. What's going on up here now? Okay, thank God. Okay, that's fine. Good enough. That's actually fine. Okay, and then this is a little odd, but So what we want is this will be really interesting, because all I want to do is I just want to bring interesting the best way to do something like this. So all I want to do is bring these ones out. You know, I just want to bring them a little bit out, a little bit up. Next. And really just smooth. Like, if anything, we would go these would be is interesting. Right on. Are they only on the outside? Yeah, maybe I just need. So my hope here is that by just lining all these up, that I can basically add a bit of a slope to the top. Here, let me just get to the corner, and then I'll show why I'm doing this, and if I don't know if it's gonna work or not. I guess we quietly have all the pieces together. Okay, so let's say I think probably this is the last one. Okay, cool. So then after this one, then this sort of fans out into something that kind of resembles, you know, this lip, right? That lip that we see in here. So the idea was that now that I have all these like this, I should be able to, I mean, I could bevel it, but I should be able to, let's see. It's 9:04. I have to wrap this up here soon. I was just going to see if I could scale these in a little bit. Okay, so to here. It's hard to get anything. It's oh, interesting. Stupid math. Stupid. So if I bring these up, this was really dumb. Just bring them up their axis, right? And now I can kind of shape this a little bit. And then same with these ones. Then we'll bring up this last part, I think, a little bit. It's not too bad, actually. I just think it now needs this entire thing up. Even the way that the eye is like inset like that is fine. Okay, so what do we have? We have one piece that I would say maybe has some issues, but probably pretty, it doesn't seem like it's too crazy. I'm not seeing anything that's like jumping out, but I'm sure, you know, there's lots of little technical things that are probably not right, but I'm just curious to see how far we are. You know, we can now just smooth things out a little bit even. It's interesting. Like, it's really interesting to me how all this sort of, yeah, you can kind of get like a feeling for how like topology breaks and like where things go wrong, but it's still incredibly difficult to be like intuitive about where those mistakes are happening and how to solve them. Really tough. You know, like thinking about like, okay, what's going on here? Like, this is probably the weirdest part of this whole thing. Somewhere in here. So what I'm kind of wanting to do, honestly, next is, so I'm really wanting to, let's just sort of get rid of this. So this is the good one that we have, right? And just duplicate it for a second. Just going to call this mask merged pre-top. Okay, so what I'm going to do just before we go is, you know, this was kind of the original, sort of, we're all over, but this is the single mesh, right? And I would say shape wise, I'm pretty happy with it. I don't like, nothing's popping out that I feel like is totally wrong. Once I clean that up, I feel, and it has a curvature, I feel pretty good. So now it's like, okay, how do we want to merge this all together with the with the mirror modifier? And I'm almost kind of thinking about the retopology just to see. So basically I'm going to take this and just run a test. Just see what we get if we bring the mirror in, and then yeah, I'll bring the mirror in, and then I'm just gonna apply the remesh and see what I get. And because ultimately what I want next is I want a mesh that I can actually sculpt, and I want to go in around and just add a little bit of variation to the mesh, and then I'll get into painting. So I'm just gonna see how this plays out here. So let's take a look at the mirror situation first. So we have a single mirror modifier. Let's turn it off for a second. Just see what's going on this side, because it's a little bit messy. Yeah, this is where I was running into the question of it's really interesting. You just sort of run into this. Like we have an extra line here. Yeah, this whole set, right? Well, wouldn't it just naturally pull them together though when it's on merge? Let's just see let's just for fun, before we do anything, let's just see what happens. I get the point 100%. I'm just kind of curious. Yeah, so now we have a bunch of mess in the middle, which we would have to clean up. So okay, so let's just try to grab the whole set and to see. Okay, let's first of all just see if we can dissolve faces. Okay, so what did it do? Still try to create a face. Faces. Okay, so now we have no. So are they over? Yeah, they are. Okay. Fear was not first. Okay, I think it's at least merged properly. There's still. Okay. Cool. So let's go back then. Okay. So now let's go. Let's duplicate this. And those say mask. Merge. Prepare. And then this is the one we want to do. So we're going to apply. I don't know if it's going to matter. I'll bring this up and try it. Okay, so we have our merge now. Let's see. Okay. So just again, just want to see what happens. Feel good about that. Ultimate thing feels a little wide, but the curve thing is where we're going to fix that. Little things like the nose here. It's pretty small, but okay, so now I'm going to just test this out. I'm just going to see what happens if we, so we're currently at, with the subdivision, this is it off and on. We're currently at 71,000. I don't know if this remesh takes this into consideration, but this is one of those. So interesting. So we want to do that first. So what we would want to do is apply. So we lose that, but that's fine. I'm just going to test it. And now remesh it. Let's say 10,000. So, other than this little issue, yeah. So it's good to know how this sort of goes, how this plays out. So it's interesting. It did a pretty good job, but there's something going on. Really had some issues over it. Where was that? It's like one weird spot. Here. This corner got weird. I didn't know what to do here. Which is weird because there's this looks good. So they're too close together, maybe. So I'm just doing this kind of systematically. So merged, mask merged, pre-divide. Okay, so I've got pre-mirror and pre-divide. So this pre-divide. Okay, so I definitely see what that did there, because it had trouble with this lip, which is fine. I can fix that. And then this corner was a little bit odd that it was doing that. That was interesting. So if I go to pre-divided, yeah, so at the pre-divided one, okay, it's this little corner here. Okay, so if just to kind of set up this for what I might have to work on later, so we have the, pre-mirror, pre-divided, divided, and then we took this one and we can remesh, and we can see, like, we can put this back down to 50 and see if maybe it does a better job. Not really anything different. Ooh, some really weird issues over here. Still some weirdness in this corner. So odd. So does it, I wonder, okay, so if it's auto smooth, it handles it. It interprets those edges as interesting. Okay. Yeah. So, what Crouch is talking about with the sharp edges, detect hard edges by angle, will detect compute. I wonder what the what is normal splitting? No, okay, so let's try this one. Let's go back down. Okay, so it didn't put that's better. It didn't put the edges in. Still a little bit that's messy there. And this is odd that it's doing that, because it doesn't seem like that was a big issue. Is this a big issue here? Seemed like it would be. Maybe it's just like the fact that it doesn't seem like this should be like massive problem at all on that edge. Maybe it's just stretched. I don't know. If anything, I would probably want to fix this eye. Although I don't know. I like the fact that it hangs over, because I bet you on the other side of the mask it does have a lip. So maybe it's not that bad. Okay. So I'm not really sure. I'm just testing some things. Just kind of curious again what it does at different levels of what's the maximum number you need, right? It's definitely got some issues on this corner too. Okay, so what I think I'm going to do is I'm just going to take a few of these. So just for my own kind of fun, I'm just going to do let's just go all the way down to like 1,000 and just see what this one does. So let's remesh this. And we're going to say mask, merged. We'll say mask, retopo. And we're going to say this is 1,000 at 1,000. So this is at 1,000. Well, yeah, it's not true. I says 1,000 because it's on adaptive. It's doing 10,000. That's probably the least it can get is 10,000. And then I can always also add a subdivision on top of this. If it'll really make a difference or not. Not really. Just a little bit, but I don't know. It doesn't look great. Oh, that's because of... some weird lines there. Probably my own doing. It's weird, they don't look like they're a problem here, but okay, so then we'll do another one, and let's go. This is at 10,000, so what is it divided? This is at 20. Okay, so let's do one. Let's do it 25,000 just for see what it does. 25,000, and then we'll remesh it. Okay, so this was actually 10,000, and then let's see what this one is. So this one is 50,000. It's funny that it couldn't go between. Still seems to have a problem at this corner. It'd also be kind of nice if I could just split this again and then fix up this. Okay, but I think that I feel good about the fact that, you know, there's probably a few little things I can fix, and then I'll just rerun that and get something pretty good. Because I think at this, although I think probably now that I'm looking at it, I think probably I'll take some notes to myself here. So on the pre-divided, on the whole thing is I need to fix mirrored edge. Need to increase nose height. I think this whole thing should come up. This is pretty thick down here. This whole thing should come up. It would be nice if I could actually do this properly. Can I annotate to the surface? It always causes an issue. Or if I do to view, if you do that, no. If you put the 3D cursor, it's probably the best way to do it. Okay, so this. Annotate layers? We can. So we can say, interesting. Must be a way to rename this. Yes, you can. Yeah, it's kind of sweet. So yeah, I can kind of circle this as an area that needs work. That kind of sits there, which is nice. And then there was another area over here, I think. That, oh yeah, I think I have to make sure you bring the 3D cursor. There we go, that needs some work too. We can get rid of this one. It's weird that you can't rename it. We got that side. Maybe in here. Yeah, this works. And maybe it seems okay. I also don't know what I'm seeing. I'm just curious, like, am I, like, the fact that this looks fine to me. Yeah, there's a little stretching there, but the fact that there's kind of this weird, is that actually an issue or not? There shouldn't be anything wrong with that, I don't think. But it does look a little bit odd. Okay. It's interesting. But the point of all this is just to say that the next step that I think I want to do, to just so it doesn't look completely, you know, it doesn't look completely consistent, is to start to do like a little bit of sculpting on this. And we'll kind of go around and fix up some things. These, like this edge. Because ultimately this is not going to be a perfect shape, and I want this to reflect that a bit. So we'll do some stuff like that, and we'll obviously like decrease it, and this is where we can also play around with this and the corners and just sort of smooth it all out. Yeah, so we'll do this. I think what we'll do is we'll probably try, let's try to finish this afternoon. We'll come back here. It's 9:30, so I'm gonna go offline. Yeah, we'll come back in the afternoon and we'll fix this a little bit, and then what we'll do is we'll work on the texture and adding some of these like details and stuff to this model, which will be fun. And then we're gonna also curve it. I should have seen that. I'm trying to think. I've done this before. The curving part. I mean, we could obviously sculpt curve it too, right? Like we could just do like a proportional edit and just bring the whole top part up and, you know, see what we get. But it's probably not the right approach. Stretching it to a curve would probably make much more sense. But it's kind of fun to see. Definitely much easier if you do the mirror. But also, you know, it's kind of nice that it's not perfect. Maybe we'll end up doing it this way. Kind of funny. Yeah, you can kind of see the get a little bit of stretching on the top of the mask, right? But again, I don't think that this is that. Most of that's, as long as it's not crazy, it's actually good, because I want there to be a lot of, I don't want it to look perfect. So even there, it's not too bad. And then, if we probably even grabbed a smaller line down the center. Yeah, so I think that's going to be the plan. I'm very curious how it'll affect everything. What am I getting with that, with purple? Does that mean there's doubles? Oh, okay, what did I do then? Okay, so that's something I have to figure out. If that did something different with that might explain something with because these were fine. There was no duplicate there. Okay, but I think that's yeah, I think I'm going to just sculpt it. I'd rather do it manually, because I don't want it to be, I don't want it to be perfect. And I think it would be, for me, it feels more authentic to do it that way. Yeah, I don't want to bother with, I can try it, but I don't think that that's going to get me anywhere that much better. So yeah, I think I'm just going to find out what's going on with the way that it did the normals, and then I'm going to fix these 3 issues and then redo it, and then I'm going to just use some proportional editing to sculpt it, and then we'll see how it all looks when I'm done with that, and then I'll do the texturing, and then I'm moving on to some of terrain creation stuff that I've got to do in Unreal Engine this afternoon. So that is it for now. Thanks for joining. Appreciate it. And I'll be back here in a couple hours at 2 p.m. Eastern.